The opinions expressed are those of the show's host, guests, and callers, and not those of WSTU. It's time for Let's Get Digital Treasure Coast with digital marketing experts Megan Nager and Corey Turner. Let's Get Digital Friday, marketing for the modern age. And now, here are your hosts.
Welcome to the show. Welcome, everybody. Happy Friday. I'm Corey Turner with Wake and Make Media, and I'm here as always, joined by my co-host and the beautiful, lovely Megan Nager.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Happy Friday. Oh, we got some claps.
Love
that is my phone. Those are not claps.
No,
I thought people were clapping for me. It happens to just be
No, you know what? That's
YouTube video.
perfect, and I feel like we need to do that every episode because that was hilarious. Unplanned, but the best.
Oh, how funny. Well, good morning, everyone. Again, it's Friday. I'm very happy it's Friday. It's been a long week.
Everybody's favorite day.
And today we are actually, you know what, just to sum up again, we do this at the top of our episode, but if you are new here and it's the first time tuning in, Corey and I are the owners of Wake and Make Media, full-scale digital marketing agency and production house that specializes in creating high-quality digital content. And that may sound like a mouthful. So simply put, we make really great video content for brands and businesses that drive in customers. And I want to note really quick, every time we talk about digital content, we're basically referring to pictures, videos, blogs, graphics, etc., that you post on your social media, your website, your landing page, your email, basically anything that lives online. And for the past few weeks, we've been covering different aspects of marketing and giving you tips and tricks that could be implemented today. We're trying to focus on ideas you can implement yourself, so you don't have to hire a marketing company. But obviously, if you do want to hire one,
We know some guys.
we do know some guys.
We know some guys. They are us. Those guys.
Those guys are us. Yeah.
And again, you can find us everything you want to learn and more on wakeandmakemedia.com. We're also recording all of these episodes so we can put them on podcasts, which you can find on Spotify, iTunes, and even YouTube. We film ourselves.
Yeah, we do film ourselves. So it's on the WSTU website you can watch, or on our YouTube, which are the higher quality videos, Wake and Make Media. Just in YouTube.
Yep.
And in today's episode, we're going to talk about the benefits of email marketing and the best ways to get started using it today. And Corey and I are big fans of email marketing, and we implement it with all of our customers, really no matter what brand or business they're running. So I'm talking like dog food brands, CBD, healthcare, like every business we run it's all over the map in terms of industry. They all use email marketing. But before we dive into the details about email marketing and how you can get started using it today, Corey, I'm dying to know, and I know the audience is just dying to know, what is your favorite thing about email marketing?
My favorite thing about email marketing, and them coming straight from a business perspective, is the ROI, the return on investment that you can get from email marketing, because it is truly the best return on investment I've ever seen. I believe it's like 45 for every dollar you put into email marketing, you make $45 or $47 or something like that in revenue, which is insane. You know, there's some great marketing companies out there like Wake and Make Media. And they, you can make amazing videos, all this SEO, you can do this, but like what I always pitch first to every brand and business is to get your email list going, because it's just, almost set it and forget it. You can build a form, put it on your website, have people sign up, build a funnel, an email funnel, which is, basically, we'll get into this a little bit more later, but I'm just saying you can just build a funnel, set up some emails, write them once, and then forever collect on that email list, because it's so direct to the customer. It's so personal, and it just generates money.
There we go. So yes, we're going to get into, Corey likes to get more into like the nitty gritty. So we are going to get into that later on, but he is correct. All those are obviously his favorite reasons to use email marketing, and those are some of the best reasons to use it. Who doesn't want a great return on investment? Am I right? So
Yes,
If you don't know what email marketing is, totally cool. We're going to explain it. According to Wikipedia, email marketing is the act of sending a commercial message, typically to a group of people using email. That's literally all it is.
I would, you know what? I would have never known.
Exactly. So, in its broadest sense, every email sent to a potential or current customer could be considered email marketing. Not if you're sending like, hey, checking in on that, the status of the report. That's not email marketing. But if you're sending like, hey, here's a new catalog of all of our products that are gonna come out October 2022. You send it to a client. You send it to 3 clients. That's considered email marketing. And it involves using email, obviously, usually to send advertisements, requests, or to solicit sales or donations. And just to reiterate how great email marketing is, I'm going to give you some stats that really demonstrate why it is so useful and should be part of your marketing strategy if it isn't already. These are all taken from Statista.com, which is a global statistics site. And so in 2020, there were over 4 billion global email users. So obviously it's gone up since then. 80% of Americans check their email at least once per day, with nearly a quarter of them checking their personal email several times a day. And 62% of consumers ranked email in their top preferred communication channels with small businesses. Interesting.
I'm not surprised. That is, I check my email every couple minutes.
Yeah, I have a problem. I was just thinking that when I was
Yeah.
reading that. I
Yeah.
feel like I'm constantly, because we're always getting emails from different people. And I think Corey and I probably each have how many emails?
Oh man.
We probably each
20?
have 5 emails each. So
Oh, way more than that. Yeah.
we're always checking them. But it's true. I think even if I'm not thinking about it, and we run a marketing company and do email marketing for businesses, and I still get marketing emails from companies that also encourage me to buy. Like basically those emails, even though I know what they're doing, they still get me to buy.
Totally.
I was emailed last week about a special on what's it called? I can't, it's Friday. Towels, excuse me.
Oh yeah.
And like,
I love those towels.
yeah, and I get these emails all the time, but it's like without fail, every time I get an email that's like, hey, discounted towels, I end up buying them.
And you would have never known about those discounted towels unless it was for that email. So
exactly. And I wouldn't.
Yeah.
It's true. It's like the difference is think of going to, okay, say towels.com. I don't even know if that's real. That's not the company I'm talking about. But say you go to towels.com, you want to know if they're having a sale. You would have to go to their website and search to see if they're having a sale, as opposed to boom, you open your email, it's right in front of you. Here's a code. How much easier could you make it? If that's going to get you to buy more than having to go out of your way to go to the website to check to see if there's a sale.
Also, a very common technique, one that we do with some of our clients, is you don't even have it on the website, and you just do it to that select group of people who have signed up for your list that get a certain coupon code to take advantage of that pricing, and then you're doing the sale, so you're getting revenue, and the customer feels special because they were offered this crazy awesome deal, and that just builds the relationship even further.
Totally. So, and again, we're going to get into that, like specific ways you can do email marketing, like technically, and the different types of email marketing, I guess, emails. But quickly, obviously, we're getting to understand the benefits of it, but I'm going to give you even more. According to Sendinblue, which is a digital marketing company, email marketing is the most profitable and cost-effective direct marketing channel, generating an average return on investment of $42 for every dollar spent. Is that what you said?
Oh, okay. I said 45, but yeah, 42.
That was really close. Okay, wow. So
very good ROI.
Yeah, exactly. And that's compared to other we've been talking about social media ads, and we're going to keep talking about different marketing tactics, but I think email marketing probably has the best ROI out of everything we do, right?
Yeah, it'd be hard to beat that.
Yeah.
42 to 1.
Yeah, even if we run this like epic ad or make this like, do a giveaway on social media, I think email marketing still generates the most revenue for all of our companies across the board, no matter the industry.
Yeah, exactly. For the effort, 100%.
And it's like no effort at all, especially We'll get into how you can automate it, but it really is simple. And so obviously, just for these reasons alone, you should jump on email marketing. And if you're on the fence, I'm almost positive that at least one of your competitors is using email marketing. So again, if you're not, you're going to be missing out. It's like social media, whoever, if you're not using it, they're going to have a leg up on you. They just are.
Mhm.
Okay, so we're going to talk about some very specific benefits, and Corey can elaborate.
I'll do what I do.
You go into okay.
I'll go too deep into it, and then you could pull me back.
Play back. Okay,
Yeah.
so first one, this isn't too nitty gritty, but like I guess you could give some examples. Personalization. So email marketing campaigns can be personalized to a greater extent than a lot of marketing tactics, to be honest. So you can take. I mean, do you want to give an example? You can really make a marketing email look, feel, sound however you want. You could put whatever you want on it. Yeah, Corey.
Absolutely. And you could usually, when you collect that email address, you're also collecting someone's name. So you can do on pretty much every email marketing software. So what we typically use is called Active Campaign, but also Mailchimp is a popular one. I mean, there's Drip, there's a bunch out there, but you can personalize each one in a mass fashion by doing, like this code that says first name, and then it'll send an email and say, hey, Megan, hey, Corey, hey, Joe, we're doing a great sale today. And that person's reading that email and they're like, oh, that's my name. This email's for me. It's not like a display ad you see on a website that's just like, doing awesome sales today, faceless human being that's reading this. So that's a personalization you could do. You can also get really more deep into it and kind of segment your customer base and say, oh, hey, this group of people, you can use your analytics that are on those softwares. This group of people typically likes to buy at 9 a.m. or opens their emails at 9 a.m. and this group opens up at noon. And you could segment and send those specific emails out at the times that they open. And I mean, that's another great way to personalization, because if you see that someone never opens that email you sent at 5 a.m., but they always open it at 2 p.m., send it when they open it.
Totally. You can, yeah. And another thing about how Corey said you can literally like cut, there's ways to do it in these platforms. We can maybe do another episode on like the super nitty gritty into like how to technically do it. We would try not to get too deep in the weeds because I think it's hard to follow if you're just listening. But basically, like Corey said, you can literally put your like you can make it so you write an email that has the same message that's going to go to, let's say, 1,000 people. You can customize it so that each person it reaches, it will say their first name. So that's a lot more personable than you opening an email and you seeing that it says like, hey, act like just hey. Like I think it's much more personal if I get an email, even if I know it's from a company, but it says like, hey, Megan. I'm just like, oh, I know they don't know me, and I know
Right.
they're not actually directly only talking to me, but there's something psychological about it.
Totally. And what I was kind of saying earlier on, like you could send at the right time. Another way that I've realized works really well is to find out the type of like design on an email that works better for your customer base. So, for instance, one of our CBD companies, I tried a couple different variations. I did one that was like this beautiful, elaborate picture that had all these, these beautiful designs and everything like that, and then I compared that to one that had a couple pictures on it but a lot of text. And I thought it would be for sure this beautiful design one that would sell better, but get better open rates, all that. And I was so wrong. It was like 15 to 20% open rates on this beautiful design and 40 to 50% on this like heavy text email. And I'm like, you know what? That's why you test things out. And yeah,
Interesting.
now for that client, we personalize those emails to have a lot of text in them. And
Do you think a lot of text only worked in that situation? Because I don't want somebody to listen to it and be like, oh, heavy text emails work better than picturesque ones.
Yeah, no, I think everybody should definitely test out and see what, works better for their clientele. And, it could be the complete opposite. It could be a different thing. Like, I see big brands like Target and Costco and everything like that. Like they have these big, elaborate, beautiful photos, everywhere, designs and everything like that. So that must be working for them.
Okay, so again, it totally depends on your client base, your customer base. So don't assume that heavy text is going to work over pictures every time. It could be the total opposite depending on
Mhm.
who you're working with.
Yeah, do a couple emails one way and a couple emails the other way. Send them to the same list and see what does better.
And the good thing about that is that's easy to do because of benefit number 2, which is low cost.
What a segue that was.
Right? I know. So Corey's been mentioning it, but email marketing is very inexpensive, especially for the return on investment. Their costs are considerably lower for email marketing than other marketing tactics, especially considering the reach and conversion rate associated with email marketing. And this is why email marketing is so great for small businesses or businesses who are just getting started, don't have a big budget. If you literally have no budget whatsoever, I would just make room for, obviously, you got to have a website, Facebook page, and hopefully at least maybe like an Instagram or LinkedIn. If you don't do anything else, I would spend money on email marketing, which again, you could do yourself. We'll go over the platforms you could use, and it's very inexpensive.
Totally. I don't know what MailChimp charges, but I know ActiveCampaign is like $70 a month for the basic.
70.
Yeah, and that gets you like 2,500 contacts. You can build a form on your website. You could just put it up on your website. So the first thing people see is, hey, do you want to sign up for our VIP list? Get 20% off, yada, 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 get a free consultation, whatever you're offering.
Mm-hmm.
That's called a lead magnet. We'll get into that a little bit later, but you can offer something for their email address, and then you have it forever. You have that
Right.
email list. Unlike where if you're doing like display ads on a website, once you stop paying for that display ad, it's gone. People aren't going to be able to find that display ad on that website ever again because you're paying for it. They take it off. They own that website. You own your email list. And so you can export it. Even if you want to stop paying the $70 a month, you can export it and still save that email list and have that very valuable email. And so if you take a couple minutes to build that form where you can collect email addresses, and then you can write a few emails, maybe write one email a day that has some informational content on it. And then you set up automations. So once they go through that form and they sign up, they automatically get an email right away. And then you can say, wait 2 days. And then, you write another email, and then that email stays in an automation. Everybody who signs up for your email list going forward, whether if it's tomorrow or in 10 years from now, they'll see that same 2 emails back to back, and they'll think you just sent those, even though you haven't thought about it in years. You should probably update it. Something else changes, maybe your address or something, your sale or anything changes, you probably update that. But I'm just saying, you can keep the meat of that email the same for years. And what I typically like to do is have a couple informational emails. So not straight to the sales. I like to do a few informational emails and then a sale. So like kind of my ratio that I like is 3-to-1. So you go, they sign up for your list, and here's some information about our industry. Wait a couple days. Here's another email about some information, like a blog post about our industry. And then you're giving value for free just because they signed up for your list. And then after they trust you, after you have a couple informational emails in there, boom, you hit them with a sale, or you hit them with a free consultation offer, you hit them with an offer. But it's not sales right away. It's not like, oh, you signed up, here's a bunch of like salesy ads that they're going to unsubscribe right away. It's information. It's providing them information that they can use later in their life or right now. And then once you've created that community with them, then you hit them with the sale. And I feel like that works a lot better. And again, with the low cost, all you're doing is paying that monthly fee to kind of just harbor that automation and that contact list on that site. So it'll do all this stuff for you. So you don't have to put effort into hiring a content writer, email writer, to constantly rewriting emails and sending them out the second people sign up for your list.
Yes. Okay. Number 3, we were talking about the benefits of email marketing. Corey, we're literally going to talk about all of that in like the next segment.
I'm sorry. I got off on tangents.
I love. Okay. I just don't want people to get confused. We're talking about the benefits of email marketing. So like all of these, everything Corey's giving is super helpful. So if you missed any of it, you could always listen to our archived episodes, pause, write it down, because those are all really good tips and tricks if you are going to implement email marketing and you haven't done it before, or even if you have, because like tried and tested, I think, everything under the sun for years with email marketing. So I think we've gotten it down to we know what works and what doesn't. And again, like Corey said, I think instead of hitting your customers with a sale right away or like, hey, buy this right away, it's like you got to establish a relationship. It's like if you were to meet a person, you're not going to go up and be like, hey, buy my product. Hey, buy my soap. I don't know who's selling soap, but
If there's like a personal block, that's what's going to happen if you do that.
what?
Like, you can block people on social media or like block phone numbers. If
Oh,
someone came up
yeah.
to me and was like right away, like, buy my soap, I block.
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
So like, and that happens to me with emails too, is if I get some that are super pushy, I'll once in a while get them. And by once in a while, I mean at least like once a month. Just people soliciting to build a website for you. I get those all the time.
Oh man.
Yeah, but they're really pushy and they're not personalized. They're not nice. Like I kind of feel like they're yelling at me in the email. And there's no like warm up. So I'd say 99.9% of the time I send those emails to my spam folder or I just block the contact.
Totally. And a lot of times I've noticed they're very clearly sending to a group. They have nothing about me in there. They have nothing about our company
And they
in
don't
there.
know what
Yeah.
they're talking, like it doesn't make sense in terms of like they clearly haven't even looked at our website because we already have a website. So
Right. Yeah.
again, which we're going to talk about email lists and why they're not always a good idea in a minute. So, okay, we're going to finish on that and we're going to get to more on this in a little bit. But
We jumped the gun.
we jumped the gun. So again, I feel like we've kind of already said this, but email marketing 100% garners more conversions. By conversions, I usually mean sales, getting new customers. It's one of the best ways to get a new customer. For instance, if you're launching a sale or promotion, you can easily send your subscribers an email marketing campaign to drive sales. This Corey's explained that. You could do, Corey, do you want to explain like how you could do like an abandoned cart email or a follow-up email, a review request email?
Absolutely. Yeah. So we'll start. These are really important for like e-commerce brands. Our e-commerce brands that we do marketing for have generated tens, maybe hundreds of thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of dollars based off these simple emails alone. And a lot of the programs that we use, like ActiveCampaign, is pretty much built into it. You just integrate with your online store, and then they send these out for you. You customize it with your logo and everything like that, and boom, you're done. So an abandoned cart email, I'm sure everybody has gotten one of these before. It's when someone goes on your website, they add something to their shopping cart, and then they leave. They get sidetracked. They aren't sure about it or something like that. And so what an abandoned cart email is, and you can set it for a certain amount of time, and it will send to that person with the thing in their cart and be like, hey, I think you forgot something. You want to purchase this. And that's what an abandoned cart is. So we will be right back, and I'll get into follow-up emails and review requests, which are generating conversions.
Hello.
And we're back.
We are back. Oh, we are back. Welcome back. It's a long break. And if you are just now joining us, we are talking about the benefits of email marketing. And more specifically, we were talking about how email marketing will lead to more conversions for you. And conversions mean sales, new customers. And who doesn't want that? And Corey was just talking about how you can set up abandoned cart emails. If, again, just to reiterate, This happens to me all the time. If I can't fall asleep at night, which happens a lot, I will do some online shopping. I put a lot of stuff in my cart. Usually never buy it. But all of these fashion brands obviously know a lot of women do this. And so in the morning, I will usually always get an email saying, hey, you left some stuff in your cart. Are you interested in buying it? And
Mhm.
they'll maybe even give you a discount to encourage you to buy it. So
Yeah.
we're talking about how you can do that. And now Corey is going to talk about how you can also do follow-up emails and review request emails. Do you want to explain what those are?
Absolutely. So a follow-up email, this could mean various things, but what I am talking about when I say follow-up emails is kind of similar to an abandoned cart, but it's after someone has purchased something. So basically, it is you can set all these parameters in these email softwares, and you can say, hey, after 2 weeks, if this customer hasn't purchased another thing, you can say, hey, I hope you really enjoyed that product. You know what? We have all these other products that you might want to look at. And that alone is just keeping in the front of your customer's mind. And it's like, oh, I did really enjoy that last thing and I totally forgot about it. I need another one. Let me go purchase that. And you could set up series of follow-up event, like the first one could just be like, check out our other stuff. And then if they still haven't purchased a week after that, you'd be like, check out these things. And then another one could be another week later and be like, hey, if you buy now, we'll give you 20% off these things. And it's just kind of to consistently be in front of your customer's mind, which is super important. And that's kind of like the crutch of email marketing, is to constantly be on your customer's mind. And then there's also the review request, which is kind of a type of follow-up email. A review request is kind of what the name says it is, and it is asking for a review. Requesting a review.
What do you mean?
Uh,
Literally like a product review.
yeah, exactly.
Oh,
So
okay.
like, hey, I hope you enjoyed your product. Hopefully after someone purchased, you send these.
Okay.
Maybe like a week, so you give it some time for the shipping and everything like that, to them to test out their product. And you're hopefully getting them at the right time where they just had it, they just used it, and they're loving it, and they're like, yeah, you know what, I want more people to know about this. And you give them a very simple button to click and leave you a review. So you can link these to your Google review page. They could leave it right on Google, or you can go to your website. They could leave it right on the product website. There's a lot of integrations that you can use in these email software. Again, we won't get too deep into that, but reviews are so valuable. As I'm sure a lot of people know, if you go on Amazon, you go with the product that has the most reviews, because you don't want to be the first person to buy this thing. It could be a total piece of junk.
True. Or it could poison you.
It could poison you.
Yeah.
So you want to go with something that's already been tried and true. People are willing to give their free advice, their free review on it, and if it has a bunch of great, like, 5-star reviews, then that's great. And the way to get those is by using these emails. And people aren't going to be like, I feel like a lot of people aren't going to be like, oh, I love that, I'm going to go out of my way right now and search where I can leave a review. But
Yeah,
if you,
no.
yeah, but if you give an email, it's one click, no friction. Okay, yeah, I'll leave that email for them.
I'm not gonna lie, that's a great way to get reviews, because as someone who's tried to get reviews for various different companies, it can be very difficult because people are lazy or busy and they just are doing things. People have short attention spans. So to get somebody to leave a review, you really have to catch them at the right time. Even for myself, and it usually only happens if I either get a discount to leave a review, or if they catch me like Corey said, after I bought the product and it's just in my inbox, like, oh, here you go. And it's literally, a lot of times in the email, there will be you can even do it'll show 5 stars and you can just click to fill in 5 stars or 2 stars, whatever you think about it. But that's how simple it is, and that's how you can get people to leave reviews.
Yes, and they're so valuable. You want reviews, unless you have a bad product, in which case,
which hopefully you don't.
Maybe don't focus on marketing, focus on fixing your product.
Yeah. Okay, so another benefit of email marketing is brand awareness. We've spoken about brand awareness in some of our past episodes, particularly when discussing the importance of using social media. Again, if you did miss those episodes, you could find us on wherever you listen to podcasts. Just search Let's Get Digital. When it comes...
Also on YouTube.
And on YouTube.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's get digital. Wake and make media.
Wake and make media. When it comes to brand awareness, email marketing is a great way to boost it. So you can reach people directly through email, and email is personal, like we've been saying. People's inboxes are filled with specifically curated emails from their favorite brands or businesses. Most people have some sort of filter in their email, or they have like a lot of emails that you don't typically want, like they will get filtered to your junk. I still get a lot of spam emails, but for the most part, I filtered it so that when I check my email in the morning, I know the brands and businesses that are targeting me that are going to be in there. And it's very simple because I like those brands and businesses. So
Right. It's so simple to unsubscribe. You actually legally have to have an unsubscribe button at the bottom of your email. So you that's what you got to keep on giving good content, or else people are just going to simply click unsubscribe and bye. You're off the list.
yes.
Yeah.
So showing up in someone's inbox is going to keep your brand fresh and relevant in the eyes of your customers. And to be honest, as much as we do love social media, email marketing can be even more personal. It's directing you personally, whereas social media, you put a post up that says like, "Hey, we have these slippers on sale." That's going to however many thousands of followers you have, or hundreds, whatever. Your email, it says, "Hey, Megan, we have slippers on sale." That feels a lot more personal than just like a generic message targeting everyone. Another benefit is scalability, which I think we've kind of hinted at, but this is one of the best things about email marketing. You can send personalized emails, again, I feel like we've been saying that over and over, but you could do this to a large number of people at once, all while remaining cost effective. So you could have a list of 50,000 people, and it's going to say all of their names. It's going to sound very personal, and it's addressing them directly, but you could do it with one click, and that goes to 50,000 people.
Exactly. It takes the same amount of time to write an email for one person as it does for 50,000 people, because literally you're just sending it to that list, rather than the one person. Yeah.
So another benefit, actually, this will be the last one, but it's community building. We talked about that again with social media, but email marketing is a great way to grow and maintain a specific community. So say you sell like outdoor furniture, you can create a specialized list of people who have already bought your furniture, or people who you think may want to buy your furniture. Email marketing, it just helps build and establish long-lasting relationships. So you could you just keep, the more you email and interact with your clients, the more they're going to feel like, they're in your inner circle, and it establishes also brand loyalty. And then you slowly, not even slowly, however fast you want, you build this community of like-minded people who are all interested in the same product.
Yeah, and this touches on what I was talking about earlier with like sending informational emails out. And you're not just doing salesy emails; you're doing informational emails. So that is building on the community, because you're sending out stuff that someone could actually use, valuable free information that someone could use in their life, and it's important to that community, because you're giving them information. They all have the same information now that maybe they didn't have before they read that email.
Exactly. And speaking of informational, we are talking now about the types of marketing emails. You could kind of send any type of email you want, but they can be marketing emails can be promotional, they could be informational, or they could serve a specific purpose. Again, really whatever you want from them. So first off, they could be promotional. We've basically touched on this already, but say you have a massive sale, or you want to run a sale. You're trying to get rid of some product. You say, "Hey, shop within the next, click below to shop within the next 24 hours and get 50% off of your sale. Use code, hey, I'm hot." I don't know. I don't know where that came from. But
It's just for air conditioning.
perfect. Exactly. So that's exactly what I was thinking. So it's really, again, and that will go to, let's say you have a really big email list, 50,000 people who are getting that discount code. And I know that when Corey and I do promotional emails for any of our clients, those blow up. Can you give an example of like one that's done when we've run a sale through like email marketing that's done really well?
Yeah. I mean, and this probably isn't going to surprise anybody, but like Black Friday sales, Labor Day sales, just like pretty much when the consumer is expecting a sale and they're getting sales from all over the map, those are still the best times to do sales because and it's pretty crazy. Like there's I'm always blown away by one of our clients. We will put out 20% off, 15% off, something, not mind blowing, and sales will quintuple that day, that
Yeah.
hour. Will cover our like monthly costs in a couple minutes because of the sale email that we put out there. And these softwares can track revenue based on what people click on your email, the buy now button, and what's generated through that. And it's pretty wild. Um, and it's just a simple email. We'll make a nice pretty header, and then we'll pay, like, hey, happy Labor Day, let's kick off this weekend with 20% off. Use this code when you're checking out, and that's it. That's simple. You have a shop now button at the bottom. Don't forget to have a call to action, so that is like a shop now button or somewhere. You need that. That's absolutely needs to be there. You don't want people to read that email and then have to go like look up the website or do something like that. You wanted them to go directly from that email to your website and use that code. And so, yeah, I mean, I feel like promotional emails, as we tell you not to do every single email promotional, but those are your big boys. Those are the ones you build up for because those are the ones that generate the conversions.
Totally. So, yes, those definitely generate the most. Number two, we have informational emails. I send out a lot of those. I write blogs for a lot of our clients that are just informational blogs. So, for instance, for a medical company, I've written about, workplace safety. Okay. So, we'll write about how to keep your employees safe if they're working a physically demanding job outside in the winter. That's very specific. And that's not even what I've written, but just something that is super specific that your community is going to be interested in, and you're giving them, anytime you provide your customers or your future customers information, you're providing them value. And again, we talked about that on social media in the last episodes we did. Again, you can check them out if you haven't, but we anything you're giving away for free is adding value. And even if your customers aren't, like, I get emails all the time that'll say like, "Hey, do you want to learn more?" I mean, I get digital marketing emails like, "Hey, do you want to learn more about marketing?" And even if those aren't obviously going to convert as high as you sending out an email that says like, "Hey, get 50% off on this product." But in the back of your customer's mind, they're saying, "Hey, that company went out of their way to give me this free advice that I'm interested in because I love their products, and it was free, it was concise, I learned something from it. Cool." Like, that's great. Who wouldn't want that? So, it might not always generate direct sales, but again, you're keeping yourself in the minds of your customer by popping up again, and you're adding something to their lives, basically.
Totally, totally. And what Megan just touched on, for informational emails, a really great way to kind of kill two birds with one stone is to write that blog post. So you have, a lot of the keywords in there, a lot of information that can be searched on Google. You have that on your website, the blog post, and then you send out an email about that blog post to your fan base, your customer base. And so what I do is I'll put maybe 60, 70% of the blog post in the email, depending on how long it is. I don't want to do the whole thing. Um, and then at the very end, I'll put click below to read more. And then that person will have to click that button, go to your website to finish out that article. So that gives you the traffic from the Google SEO, the organic people searching for that topic. And it also gives you the traffic to your website and not just reading the email. So then they're on your website, and you might have other blog posts that get suggested to them, if they're really interested in this. Oh, here's another blog post, after they read that one that they can read, and they stay on your website, and then they build that relationship with your brand. And you're not even there. You're not talking to them. You just have that website that's giving them information while they're simultaneously building that relationship with you.
Totally. And again, like Corey said, and I guess, I don't know, he just said this, but I write a lot of blogs for our clients. And so again, you can literally just take that blog. So you're you don't have to rewrite anything. I mean, you can write an email from scratch and give some information in the email. However, if your website does have a blog, that's a super easy way to one, send out an informational email and add more content to your website, which is what Corey was saying. So, and if you don't have a blog on your website, I wouldn't say that's the very first thing you need to do if you're just getting started with marketing, digital marketing, but at some point I would suggest adding a blog to your website. Even, I mean, really for any type of company, it's good to have a blog. Even if you sell like little knickknacks, you can talk about anything. The blog post can be really short, but one, it's adding words to your website, which is going to boost your website's ranking on Google. So you're going to come up higher, basically beat out your competitors. And again, great content for emails that can go to all of your customers.
Totally. And one quick tip for your blog posts and your informational emails is keep them on brand. Because
yeah.
you don't want to like you own a boat company and you're writing about flowers or something completely unrelated.
Oh yeah.
Because you're gonna confuse your audience, and if they're confused, maybe they are, did I sign up for the wrong list? What is this about? Like,
Yeah.
sunflowers.
Make sure if you're
they're
like
gonna
a boat
unsubscribe.
company, your blog, I feel like that was implied, but your blog should basically be about boating. Like, I don't know why you'd be writing about different types of toads.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I mean, maybe some people would be into that, but I am almost positive that if you send out mass emails to your boating customers about toads, you're going to get a lot of people unsubscribing.
Yes.
So stay on brand.
Yes.
The third type of email marketing you could do, or type of email, is re-engagement emails, which I feel like we've touched on, but it's really just making sure you're reaching out and staying active with your customer base and just saying, like, poking your head in and think of it as like a friendship. If you go missing for 6 months, your friend group's going to be like, oh, where have you been? You kind of fall out of touch.
I forgot about you.
Yeah, exactly. I forgot about you. So people get busy, that's fine. But if you go just like MIA for a while, let's say even a year, it's going to be like hard. You're going to be like, wait, I forgot about that person. So just re-establishing yourself in their minds, keeping your brand present and relevant and in the back of their minds.
Totally, yeah. And re-engagement, that kind of like categorizes all the things we touched on a little bit earlier. So like that is the abandoned cart, that is the review request, that is the follow-up email. That's all encompassing in the re-engagement email type.
Totally. Okay, so for the last, we got 12 minutes left. We're going to talk about how you can get started using email marketing right this second by yourself. So we've thrown out different website platforms you can use because now you know what email marketing is, you know the benefits. So how can you do it? It's super simple. Businesses use what's known as email service providers. People call them ESPs to send email marketing or to send marketing emails. An email service provider, is basically just a software that allows you to do everything we're talking about. And some of it sounds really complicated, like this abandoned cart email or the informational email. It's like, how do you even do that? All you have to do is go on, literally, you can Google different types of email marketing platforms, or you can use two of our favorites. I think we started with MailChimp, which I'd say 80% of our customers have heard of. It's probably the most well-known. I think it was one of the first email marketing platforms. I think, don't quote me on this, but it may be the least expensive. I think
there's definitely like a free option.
There's a free option, and I think their lower tier option, the other platform we use is ActiveCampaign, which is a great one, but MailChimp is cheaper. Like their lower tier option, their paid option is cheaper than the lowest of ActiveCampaign. I'm almost positive. ActiveCampaign is what, like $70 a month?
For the lowest tier, yeah.
I think MailChimp you could get around for $40. At least you could about a year ago when I was still using it. And these platforms are really simple. So again, if you're not tech savvy, you could always hire someone to help you. We are not expensive, especially for something like this, or even if you just want us to show you how to do it. Very, very simple. If you don't want to communicate with us, no problem, or anyone else, you can really, which I do this all the time if I want to learn something new, just go into YouTube and say, how to get started using MailChimp, how to get started using ActiveCampaign. And there will be so many videos that will show you. That's literally how I taught myself how to edit videos 10 years ago. So you will find someone who could break it down for you. You basically go into these platforms, and there's more than ActiveCampaign and MailChimp. Those are just the two most popular, I'd say. There's probably a dozen more. But you just go in, sign up for an account. You can always see that you'll be able to use like a free version. Does ActiveCampaign have a free version?
You can get a free trial. Yeah.
A free trial.
Yeah.
Okay. So you could try it for what, like a week?
Yeah. Yeah. And just if you're watching this on YouTube, we'll leave a link below
Oh,
to the
yeah.
Active
Okay.
Campaign, or if you're listening on the radio, go to our YouTube page and there'll be a link there.
You
Send you
can-
the Active Campaign. You can
Yeah,
get a free
just click
trial.
on the
Yeah.
link. It'll take you to the free trial page. Put in your information, John Doe, blah, blah, blah. Boom, you're in. You're already in the system. So then you will see a page. And again, each platform's different, but you're going to see how you can add contacts. If you already have customers, say you've had a storefront and you have a handwritten list of 100 customers, you can literally go and type those customers into the email platform, and that's your email list. You already have a list. Write a very simple email. They have different pre-made templates that make it super simple. Even like put picture here, put text here. Very simple for people who are super tech savvy to people who barely know how to turn on a computer. So again, this is not complicated, even if it sounds like it. And just start. You can write a test email. You can send it to yourself to make sure it looks good first. But yeah, that's really how to get started doing it. And then from there, obviously, you can start doing more complicated emails and start creating different types of like, what is it when you trigger an email?
It's called a trigger.
No,
Yeah.
but like different, like it takes you through like a whole
Oh
journey.
yeah, like automation.
Automation.
They
Wow.
actually, all this ESPs call it something different.
Okay.
Active Campaign calls it an automation. There's like trees. People call it trees. People call it drips.
Oh, yeah.
There's like they're all different. They're all the same thing, but they have different names.
And again, that's why you might want to go on YouTube to figure out how to use each platform, because Corey's correct. I believe like MailChimp, where they used to do this, it literally looked like a tree branch that you could see how your emails are going to look. Whereas Active Campaign isn't going to look like that. So they're a little different in that sense. But I think, in order, for instance, like if you want to create an automation, I don't know if that's going to be too complicated to get into. But what would you suggest? Say somebody's going on to one of these platforms. Say I'm going to go on Active Campaign right now. I'm new business. I want to set up email marketing. How would you start?
Okay, so I would build a form.
Okay.
Forms are like a pop-up, or you can put them inside your website. They could be a whole page. Basically, they are, I'm sure everybody's seen these before. They're that thing that collects your number or your phone number, your name, and your email address. And so I would build one of those and put that on my homepage. And
So you do that from your website, you're saying?
you build it in your ESP.
Oh, you
Yeah.
build that in the email
Yep.
platform.
Yeah, and then you copy a small piece of code. It shows you how to do this on there. You
Oh, and
just
then you
copy
put
and
that.
you paste that in your website, and now every time someone goes to your website, that'll pop up.
Because there is a way to create, and I don't want to get people confused, but there is a way to also create a form from your actual website, right?
There is, yeah. And then you'd integrate that form with your email provider.
Okay, but let's start. It'll be easier if you just start with the email
Yeah, so
marketing.
that's just an extra step that is unnecessary.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
So set that up on your email, because again, if you don't have any email contacts, you're going to have to start somewhere.
You got to get them somehow.
So the great way to start is just by targeting people who are going to come to your website. Boom, the second they click on your website, there's going to be a pop-up, enter your email to get you can even offer people like 10% off your next purchase just to get their email.
Yeah, that's called a lead magnet. Yeah, you're offering
Lead
something for
magnet.
free to get their email address. And let me tell you, unless your lead magnet is give away $1 million, that email address is more valuable than your lead magnet. Do a lead magnet.
It's true. Okay, so speaking of lead magnets, so now you know how to physically start setting up email marketing. So again, you're going to need leads. We just said a great way to start is by putting a form on your website that you can do directly from the email marketing platform. And you can then, like Corey said, use lead magnets or even buy lists, which let's first talk about a lead magnet, how they could first start, like in a very simple way, how they could do their very first lead magnet.
Yeah, sure. So one that we've done, and we've gotten 15,000 people on our list just because of this one form and this one lead magnet. And it just says, get 10% off your next order give us your email address to sign up for our list. That's all it
Wow.
says. And that form that you built on your ESP puts that email address into a list. And then the second they're into that list, it triggers an automation, and then they get an email, like a couple minutes later that says, here's your 10% off code. Welcome to the family. We're so happy to have you. A little bit about our brand. Shop now. And then they could
Boom.
use that. And that I made that 2 years ago, a little less 2 years ago. And it is just generating cash every second of every
And it's like
day.
no effort.
And it took me 20 minutes to make it.
Yeah. And these email platforms, like Corey said, MailChimp, ActiveCampaign, whatever you're using, they keep your list for you. So if you're worried about like, how do I keep track of all these emails? They literally have it for you. They build a physical list. The last thing we're going to touch on, we have 4 minutes left, but a lot of people will jump. We hear this all the time with new clients say, hey, can we just buy an email list? So say you're a brand new company, you're selling laptops. You have not one customer, you don't have one email, you don't even have a website. And again, really quickly, we keep reiterating how there are a lot of businesses here that don't have websites and only will have a Facebook page. This is another huge reason you need to have a website. How are you going to get emails if you don't have a website?
You can't integrate your form on your Facebook
You
page.
can't do email marketing essentially if you don't have a website. So another reason.
Mm-hmm.
But again, in terms of buying lists, you may have heard this. People say, let me just buy an email list. So let me just buy a list of people who are interested in buying laptops. There are companies all over the country. I get calls from them. I don't know how many numbers I have had to block of, hey, we'll sell you 1,000 emails. They'll say, we've personally researched who's interested in laptops. They usually will get these emails from a list of people who have essentially like bought something techie in the past, and big tech companies essentially sell your information for money. So they're selling you people's contact information and you're then cold emailing them. And so I would say that, what would you say the percentage cold emails work in terms of like buying an email list?
Oh, less than 1%.
Less than 1%. So we've tried this for a bunch of different industries and different companies we've worked with, and we've stopped doing it because we'll waste money getting these emails. And we got really excited at first. We'll be like, ooh, we get 10,000 emails. This is amazing. All these people are going to buy our product. I don't think one person has ever bought anything.
Don't buy an email list. I'll be short and concise.
Okay.
Don't do it. It's so much more of a headache than it's worth. And I know, and when Megan says we've tried it on a bunch of different clients, we didn't suggest this. Usually they come to us and they're like stoked on it. And they're like, I just bought 5,000 people who are obviously very interested in this industry. And every single one of them is going to pay $1 million.
And they can be expensive. The list can be expensive. And so we'll tell our clients not to, but then if they insist on it, we're like, okay. Yeah. And then it's usually a wash.
Yeah. And so what's going to happen is you're going to have 10,000 contacts, and you cannot import this into ActiveCampaign or MailChimp. They'll immediately kick you off the system.
Oh.
You can't import those because what they are worried about is their open rate. So their whole system could get kicked off being able to send emails if you're sending all these junk emails. So you have to use a different provider to send out these emails. You're going to get marked as spam, and it's just a big nightmare for everybody. So I'd say just keep it concise and don't buy a list.
And that is how you can get started using email marketing. I think we're going to touch on this again because there's a lot here. So thank you for tuning in to Let's Get Digital. We will be back here next Friday at 9 a.m. to give you all the latest tips and tricks in digital marketing.
Thanks so much for listening. Again, you guys can find us on Spotify, iTunes, or also our YouTube channel, Wake and Make Media, or our website, wakeandmakemedia.com. I'm Corey.
And I'm Megan. And have a great weekend.
We'll see you next time.